Mr. Vice Minister, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Conference Together in a Battle Against Moscow Imperialism Then and Now. The conference is dedicated to commemorate the 508th anniversary of the victory of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the Battle of Orsha. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and all together hold a minute of silence in memory of the victims of war in Ukraine. Thank you. For welcoming speech, I would like to invite Vice Minister of National Defense of Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Žilvinas TOMKUS.
Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, all colleagues and friends. I'm very honored, actually, to welcome you to this conference, to commemorate together the victory of Battle of Orsha. As was mentioned, more than 500 years ago, on this day, I would say our joint forces won against 2 or 3 times bigger Moscovite army. Today, this victory of Battle of Orsha is very symbolic. But honestly, here in Lithuania, all the victories we have ever won against Russians in wars, in diplomacy, or even in sport, it's very special for us. We commemorate it, we remember it, and we learn from it. To make some historical analogies, of course, I would say is or may not be a best method to explain the current situation, what we have now, or to solve the current situation, or even to predict the future. But what we have learned from a history, the obvious thing that we win when we stand united. Therefore, it's utmost important today to stand together and to cooperate more closely in order to defend our security and defense interests against aggressor. As a representative of the Ministry of National Defense, I would like to bring a good example of joint practical cooperation. As many colleagues, our colleagues knows, Lithuanian, Polish, Ukrainian Brigade, which was established actually and created to help Ukraine's military to integrate with allied forces. Of course, the focus of this brigade shifted this February this year. But I believe, and I would say that it's only time, and the activity of this brigade will resume, and we will find more and more common activities in the future. Sadly, but Ukraine is now in the forefront of the fight against Russia. And we all in this room, I guess, understand our duty and responsibility to be together in this fight. And to be from all possible international arenas, diplomatic forums, to activate the engagement of civil society and actually practically to ensure the direct military assistance. We are witnessing the unity, exceptional unity of Euro-Atlantic community to stand against Russia and to support Ukraine. And specifically today, I'm here, not the minister, because the minister, all the ministers of NATO members are meeting in Ramstein to discuss the details of military assistance to Ukraine. I would say that some obvious thing, but I would like to emphasize that for us it's only one solution or only one option what we have here in this region or in the Euro-Atlantic community is the victory of Ukraine. We understand that there will be no security in Europe without Ukraine being the community, within the community of independent and democratic states. Dear participants, so with that, I wish you a productive discussion and productive exchange of views and insights. So have a good time in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister. For welcoming speech, we wish to invite leader of Democratic Belarus, Ms. Sviatlana TSIKHANOUSKAYA.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, first, let me express my gratitude to the organizers, especially to Lithuanian Minister of Defense, for hosting this important and timely conference. I wish it were held in Orsha, but today this heroic city, along with the rest of my beloved Belarus, is under the occupation of the same invaders as 500 years ago. I don't doubt that Belarus will be free and Ukraine will liberate all its territories as well. I'm so confident because we are descendants of the warriors of the Orsha battle. Even if our ancestors had small chances, they had courage, faith, and love for the motherland. This ensured them a victory we all are proud of today. After this victory, almost all the cities captured by Moscow were liberated, and the secret alliance between Russia and the Western powers collapsed. The Battle of Orsha reminds us of our victorious past. It's historical evidence that our nations are ready to stand up together against tyranny and oppression. The brave fight of Ukrainians and the fearless resistance of Belarusians only prove this fact. We live in time of heroes. Many of them are in Belarusian prisons. Among them is also Mykolai Statkevich, sentenced to 14 years of maximum security prison. In 1992, Colonel Statkevich gathered Belarusian officers on this day in Minsk, and altogether they took an oath of allegiance to the Belarusian people. Since then, September 8 was marked by Belarusian patriots as a day of military glory. I know that Belarusian volunteers fighters in Ukraine also mark this day. Since February, hundreds have joined Belarusian battalions and regiments. For them, the liberation of Ukraine is their battle in Orsha. They know that the outcome of this war will also define the fate of Belarus and entire Europe. Historians often mention the creativity of our warriors during the Battle of Orsha. Likewise, now our partisans and cyber partisans use technology to disorganize the enemy. Our partisans disrupted the railway connection between Belarus and Ukraine, so trains with Russian equipment couldn't be transferred to Ukraine. And you know, sometimes even when it seems that our struggle is lost, the next day we read about a new action by our partisans, activists, or volunteer fighters. It can't help but inspire. So let's be inspired by the feats of all those who are fighting for freedom today in Ukraine and Belarus. And let's not forget the feats of our heroes of the battle in Orsha. You know, Prince Ostrożski, when addressing his warriors before a battle, said, "Brave knights, may your courage be worthy of your glorious ancestors." And I think our ancestors would be proud of our heroes nowadays who didn't give up and stand up for freedom. Thank you.
Right now, we are glad to invite Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Poland, Ms. Ursula DOROSZEWSKA.
Dear Ministers, State Advisors, Presidential Advisors, Democratic Leader, all distinguished guests, I'm very happy that this conference gathers us descendants of the victors of the Orsha battle, the ones revived by its spirit. It's deeply symbolic. The significance of the Battle of Orsha on 8 September is about unity, leadership, and national self-determination. That is particularly why this battle is highly relevant to current geopolitical landscape after the Russian attack on Ukraine. In those three elements lies its unique value: the unity, leadership, and national self-consciousness. First, the unity. The much smaller army of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Poland, composed by ancestors of Lithuanians, Poles, Belarusians, and Ukrainians, would not have defeated the Maskvos forces, capturing their camp and commander without unification of their forces. Today's aggression on Moscow on Ukraine generated the unity which went even far beyond our borders. This unity surprised aggressors, interrupted him, delivers everyday Ukrainian victories. Location of Orsha in Vitebsk region reminds us that Belarusian regime currently took another unity approach with the ones who lost near Orsha. It reminds us that war in Ukraine will determine future freedoms of our four nations. History teaches us that only our regional unity is a key to defeat aggressors from the east. We do have that reunification gen. Our enemy seems to forget about it. This leads him to defeat. Second, the leadership. The forces of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Kingdom of Poland managed to deliver victory thanks to command of Hetman Konstanty Ostrogski. Even after Orsha victory, he continued his army pursuit of the routed Muscovite army and retook most of the captured positions. A couple years ago, Hetman Konstanty Ostrogski was commemorated in Vilnius, as his achievement should be remembered. War in Ukraine took different course without unquestionable leadership of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The war made him a hero not only for Ukrainians, made him an example of leadership for many in Europe in crucial times when democracy and world security are threatened, calling for leadership example. He became a face of resistance to Russia. And third, national self-consciousness. The remembrance of Orsha battle also played an important role in our national self-identification, serving as example of our differentiations from Muscovites. distancing from their robbery approach to other lands and freedoms. It was in Orsha battlefield where white flag appeared. We are pleased to have with us Mrs. Sviatlana TSIKHANOUSKAYA, leader of Democratic Belarus. Today, she reminds Belarusians the spirit of Orsha, daily the spirit of August 2020 resistance. The Battle of Orsha, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, are common heritage of Lithuanians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Poles. Today, the Orsha spirit of resistance and our freedoms gives us strength to repeat our unity, confront aggressor, to defend not only our national, but first and foremost our regional identity. I wish you all intellectual pleasures from this conference and a feeling of Orsha spirit. Thank you.
For welcoming speech, we wish to invite His Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine in Lithuania, Mr. Petro Bešta.
Dear Vice Minister, Advisor to the President, Ambassador, dear colleagues and friends. For all of us, the Battle of Orsha is full of immense historical meaning. This is another reason to recall a glorious page in the history of our common struggle for the future of Europe. In 1514, our nation stopped the expansion of Moscow near Orsha, destroyed its plans to redraw the map of Europe. The son of the Ukrainian nation, representative of the old Ukrainian family from Volyn, the great hetman of Lithuania, Konstantin Ostrożski, became a symbol of our victory over the enemy from the east, and the symbol of our centuries-old friendship and kinship. The name and deeds of Konstantin Ostrożski are the historical heritage and legacy of our nations. However, today Ukraine is once again forced to regain its right for freedom and independence. Once again, the Russian horde attacked the Ukrainian land. We are once again forced to defend our most precious ones with weapons in our hands, everyone on his or her own front. Now, as back then, we are united by the common history of the heroic struggle for independence and freedom. Today, the Republic of Lithuania, the Republic of Poland stand side by side with Ukraine, defending peace and democracy along the entire civilized world. Speaking about today's Russian aggression, we recollect similar attempts in the modern and recent history of our states. In 1918, when it seemed that the most difficult, most dramatic times in the history of our three nations were behind, since each of us had won the main thing, independence, the history decided in a different way. Having failed to timely assess all the danger that came from the monster which at that time only asserted itself with bloody methods on the ruins of another evil, the Tsarist Russia, all three of our nations lost their independence. First the young Ukrainian state, then Poland, after it Lithuania. The danger also did not disappear in 1991 after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Putin's Russia has just transformed, adapted to the present realities, and once again resorted to brutally aggressive armed foreign policy. Historical lessons once again send a message for us as descendants. Only by standing in solidarity will we be able to overcome the enemy. Our nations have many things in common. The strategic partnership of our states has been tested by the history, and I'm convinced that we will continue to be true friends and reliable partners, always ready to fight side by side for our highest values, freedom, democracy, and human dignity. Since the first day of the full-scale invasion, we have been feeling our sincere and powerful support that leads to victory, development, and prosperity in the common European family. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, sir. We are glad to invite Senior Advisor of the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Ms. Asta SKAISGIRYTŽ.
Dear Minister, dear leader of Belarusian Democratic Society, Ambassador of Poland, Ambassador of Ukraine, dear friends from Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, brangus Lietuvos kariuomenės atstovai, brangus Lietuvos akademijos atstovai, ypatingas ačiū Lietuvos karo akademijai už šitą renginį kartu su Lietuvos krašto apsaugos ministerija. Allow me to speak in English because some of our guests do speak English. I'm extremely happy to be here with you and honored to greet this conference on behalf of the President of the Republic of Lithuania, but also the Supreme Commander of the Lithuanian Armed Forces. Indeed, the President sees great value in commemorating such an event like Orsha battle in the context of the war which is going on now, and the aspect of this war is an information war. And in the information war, the narratives play a very, very great role. So what happened 508 years ago when our joint forces of Lithuanians, Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians won against Russia? This can be repeated now in present day. Allow me to share a few thoughts on what's going in present day in Europe. There are two main things for Lithuania. First of all, to help Ukraine to win this war. We're not indifferent observers of what's going on. We are taking part, and our part is to support Ukraine as much as we can. Ukraine is supported by the state of Lithuania. It is supported by the society of Lithuania as well. All Lithuanian society stand for Ukraine, for the victory of Ukraine. Because we know that Ukrainians fight the just war, they fight for their sovereignty, they fight for their territorial integrity, they fight also for democracy and for European values. They fight for us as well, for NATO allies as well. We have to help them as much as we can. What Ukraine needs now most are weapons. And here we're doing our best. Lithuania is providing Ukraine with weapons as much as we can, but we also encourage our NATO allies to do more, to provide more. And what today the Minister of Defense is doing at Ramstein is exactly this. Provide Ukraine with more weapons. Do it in bigger quantities and as fast as we can. Because the fate of Europe now is being decided in Ukraine. Another very important aspect is the defense of the NATO eastern flank. I mean, not just Lithuania, I mean the Baltic states, Poland, all the eastern flank. In Madrid, in NATO Madrid summit earlier in summer this year, there were very important decisions taken. Sweden and Finland started their accession to NATO. With these two new members, NATO will be better, NATO will be safer, we will be safer around the Baltic Sea. Now we are looking forward to implementing other Madrid decisions, like a brigade of our allied country, Germany, in Lithuania. Things are being done, but we wish them to be done faster because we need to strengthen our defense as well. We're looking forward as well to the future NATO summit next year, 2023, which will take place in Vilnius, as you may know. We will be preparing decisions for Vilnius summit, which will be important decisions. We will take stock of how Madrid decisions are implemented. So a lot of work ahead of us. But till then, till summer next year, we have to survive winter. And here our eyes and our hearts are with Ukraine. Please believe me, Lithuanians will stand with you, Ukrainians, until your victory. Do перемоги, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you all for welcoming speeches. Let's start our conference with first presentation, the significance of the Battle of Orsha, informational aspects and analogies with the present, presented by Lithuanian military historian, a member of Committee of the National Security and Defense of the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, Dr. Valdas RAKUTIS.
Dear ambassadors, dear friends, dear officers, Lithuanian army members, family, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will talk about Orsha battle. It's not the first time in my life, but I will concentrate not on military aspects of this battle, but more concentrate on significance, historical impact, some information things, and also about what this means for today. Really, if we talk about today problems in the world, you found a lot of answers in the 15th and 16th century. Wars between Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Moscovitic Grand Duchy. Really, even in Latvian military academy, my friend teach such wars as example of hybrid warfare. Really, it's very interesting wars. Please, next. We begin from the maps. At the beginning of this period, in the middle of 15th century, Lithuanian Grand Duchy Grand Duke, Kazimir, this time he was King of Poland also, and Moscovitic Grand Duke, Vasyl II, was create very long-lasting peace, Вечный мир in Russian. It was 1448, when borders between Moscow and Lithuania was fixed for all the time. It was a wish to have stable borders. But such agreement prevails more than 20 years, and beginning from 4073, especially after 4080, situation begin to be worse and worse. Please, next. What was the reason of the war? Please, next. Lithuanian Grand Duchy was very fast-growing state beginning from 13th century, and in the first half of 15th century begin to be one of the most territory developed country in the Europe. But at the same time, by the wedding with Polish Princess Jadwiga, our kings begin to be also kings of Poland with some dependence form. They were kings of Poland and Grand Dukes of Lithuania. It's a formulation of Horodlė Union 1413. And what it means that our rulers were rulers for both countries. And beginning from our ruler Kazimir, concentration of effort of our rulers were more connected to Poland than to Lithuania, especially in activity of providing some things with our neighbors. And really, our ruler, common ruler Kazimir Jagiellonczyk, Kazimieras Jogailaitis, he concentrated more on south borders, and he was victor in the war with Crusaders, 13 years war, and also provide special policy to sit his children to the throne of Hungary and Czech kingdom. It was a reason why he was not so active in some activities with Tatars and with Moscovites. Really, we have long-lasting peace, and Lithuania never was active in such matters. Please, next. And during this time of inactivity of Lithuanian troops and Lithuanian political efforts, Moscow grew up in very short time during region of Ivan III. Ivan III, who was one of 7 children of Vasyl II, but he was so active that he collected all territories from his bases, and also he have second his wife, very important woman, Sophia or Zoya Paleolog, is the last descendant of Byzantium Empire. This woman was not only name, this woman come to Moscow with his own people and understanding that they are empire, yes, and teach her children and grandchildren in this direction. So really, even this time, coat of arms of Moscovitisches, Duchy, Grand Duchy, begin to be as something connected to empire and with some ambitions to be, it's in Russian, Государь всея Руси. So it means that they have ambitions that all Russian countries have to be united by this new kind of empire, having not really empire status, but ambition. And of course, one of the most significant events of this time was 1480, when Ivan III say, I will not pay more tribute to the Tatars. So really, they know we're more dependent on Tatar states, Golden Orda, and he have an ambition to do as much as possible. And of course, Lithuanian border countries, which were very close to Moscow, and also some agreements of this treaty of 4048 was under attack, not in formal way, because it was impossible, because it was written document, really. But in informal way, I will say hybrid warfare form. Please, next. Lithuanian ruler, Kazimieras the Great, Kazimierz Jagiellonczyk, Kazimieras Jogailaitis, he will not participate in such games. And when they have some borders clashes, they say, maybe we have to send some delegation, ask about something. He get answers from Ivan III, you know, maybe people on the border, maybe some local problems, they have nothing in common. Really, Moscow attacked our border territories. Lithuanians' answers were very local and very limited. And step by step, Moscow grew up. And in 1492, when Kazimir died and Lithuania have his own separate leader this time, only for Grand Duchy, Alexander Kazimirovich or Alexander Kazimieraitis, he began to open attack, understanding that Poland will not support this new ruler. And Lithuanians authorities decided to find some solution for such problem, because Lithuania really a state not fight for 40 years. 40, really not big wars at all. And nobody knows how potential is Lithuanian army after this long-lasting peace. And was a decision, maybe to make a marriage between Lithuania and Moscow, and it will be all problems win. No, when you are weak and you go to agreements, special lessons learned for today, never make an agreement, because you fixed superiority of your rival. And in 1494, such peace was made, but with big problems for Lithuania, losing some territories, and also improving power of Moscow in Vilnius. 1,000 people come from Moscow to Vilnius in assistance of princes. 1,000 people. You understand what kind of people come to Lithuania, and some churches were specially built for such princes. Please, next. Of course, all this time, Tatars were important, because still Moscow have problems with Tatars. But Golden Orda split into the pieces, and really only Crimean Tatars were active in the region. So it means that if you will fight against growing Moscow, you not always can trust Tatars all allies of Lithuania in stopping Moscow in growing, and it was problem that they were weak this time. Please, next. In this short map, you can see so-called border war territory, and you can see how such small duchies, which were on the east part of Lithuania, were terrorized. Because people have some interesting right. They can decide such small duchies, the Oka duchies, they have to decide to be on the Moscow part or Lithuanian part. They have some rights by this agreement, long-lasting. But of course, when you were attacked step by step and your territory is devastated and nobody support you, such dukes decide to go into the Moscow part. It was casus bellum also for other wars, and we have war from 1400 and also 15:7 and 15:8. Really, we are stepping back, step by step. Some attacks, some counter-offense, but not with big success. It's reason when we talk about Orsha battle, how it was big victory for Lithuania, because long-lasting wars with step and back and not enough power, and army was not reorganized. A lot of things have to be done, and we this time were quite weak, and especially that Tatars sometimes support Moscow in attack on Lithuania. Please, next. New kind of problems. Grand Duke of Moscow found ally, Emperor of Holy Roman Empire, Germany nation, Maximilian I. They can go in common unit to Christianize Moscow in some kind of Catholicism, with some support of Germany's to Moscovites. So this unit between Moscow and this time Vienna, so Austria this time was center of Germany. It was very dangerous for Lithuanians, very dangerous. And we have won not only war with East, but really war with the South. And reason was, of course, crowns of Czechia and Hungary. It was the reason of such alliance between Germany, not German Empire and Moscow. Please, next. You can see how it looks this time. Empire, Germany, nation, Holy Roman Empire. Please, next. You can see that differences between our warriors, between Lithuanian and Moscovitish warriors, was not so big in quality, but in amount of troops. Lithuania have possibility to mobilize maximum 22,000 riders. 20,000 is limit of our resource. Moscow can concentrate troops from 50 to 100,000 soldiers. It depends on the situation, but if they mobilize all the troops, so Lithuania have comparison of forces 1 to 4. It means that without Polish support, Lithuanian army was not able to stay, and beginning from 1500, we go to the alliance with Poland. This time was not the same country, asking for support. And immediately Poland say, we have to make an agreement of your dependence and other things. So we have very difficult situation, and especially when we have different rulers. But fortunately, Alexander became king of Poland, and his successor, Zygmunt Stary, or Zygmunt the Older, he was one ruler for both countries. So it was possibility more or less to mobilize all possibilities of Poland and Lithuania. Please, next. So-called Third Lithuanian Moscovitish war, such names sometimes changed because it's depend on system of calculation. More, please connect to the time, 1512, 1522. Especially important year was 1514. Please, next. Really, task of Moscow army was to take very important fortress of Smolensk. It's a very important fortress between Minsk and Moscow. This fortress was good prepared for defense, but on the part of Moscow army was Duke Glinsky. In previous time, he was first advisor of our Grand Duke Alexander. Really, he was first man in that state. And he convinced people to surrender. It was really big disaster for Lithuanian defense, because if you lose Smolensk, next they will go to the Dnieper castles, which were not prepared for such big attack from Moscow part. And our state mobilized all possible troops to stay such disaster in the east. Please, next. Please, next. Now we go more on the battle itself. Please, next. Really, our favorite position in such battle was mobilization of Polish-Lithuanian troops. We have in common definitely 35,000 people. It's definite calculation, and nobody discussed such numbers. More than half of them was Polish Crown troops, and of course all possible Lithuanian troops, as was possible, about 15 from 17,000 soldiers we have. And such national and international really troops with some mercenaries, very important mercenaries from Germany, from Silesia and other countries, they move into direction to take back Smolensk. And of course, Moscow army decided to stop such troops moving and found a place for defense on the Dnieper River close to the castle Orsha. Please, next. Of course, a lot of discussion is where this battle was. It's not so simple to say, because we have different kind of schemas. I will say for you, schema I trust, yes, because really, and next slide, please. Yes, you can see Orsha Castle. It's a left bank of Dnieper River. Dnieper is something like Nemunas in Lithuania. In this place, it's higher position of this river. And Moskovitich's troops, this time not Russian troops, please not make a mistake. Russians were also in Lithuanian, because not difference between Belarusians and Russians this time not exist. Really, it was Russians, yes, Russians. But Moskovitich's troop decided to found a position where they can use all potential of troops. We will talk about numbers of Russians. In our sources, and I trust them, is 80,000 soldiers. 80,000 soldiers. So comparison of forces is something like 2.5 to 1. Yes. And having superiority in numbers, they decided to stop our army and defeat using very deep formation of Moskovitich's army. In reality, Lithuanian and Polish army have some superiorities in quality. It was really good cavalry from Poland, this time quite impressive. And also we have huge amount of light cavalry, so our army can stop and counterattack. But what was very important, they have infantry and artillery. It's the beginning. In the battlefields, to use artillery and infantry is the same in European scale, it's quite new things, but to find a way how to use them. Because if you stay against mass of Moskovitich's cavalry, they will be defeated. Yes. And we found such solution. We make a very impressive maneuver when our cavalry begin to defend our position, split into the corners, and Russian Moskovitish army go to this artillery and infantry shooting from arquebuses this time, and it was so successful that after this they go and defeat a lot of Moskovitish army. We have different numbers, but difference between 30,000 to 40,000. Really, and it was big disaster for Moskovitish army. But I have to say that after this battle, we not take back Smolensk. We are not able to do. Our army was exhausted, maybe not disciplined enough, and really troops which come to Smolensk were not able to take this fortress back. So we win a battle, but we not win a war. And this war lasted to 15,022. Please, next. Now is very important, informational aspects. Please, next. Great propaganda campaign was created by our state to show big victory. How it was made? First of all, letters to Pope, to Emperor, to kings, sending also some prisoners of the war. Sending prisoners of the war. Yes, it's about 600 of them taken, high-ranking, taken to the prison, and they were sent as example. And by this such means, big campaign, letters, songs, paintings, and other, Europe was convinced that, Moscow is not something very important. It's maybe not even Christian, maybe some connected to Tatars and maybe pagans, and only one state who can really make defense of Europe and the values is Grand Duchy and Lithuania and Crown of Poland. It was so effective that after 1 year, Emperor of Holy Roman Empire, Germany nation, agree on peace. Yes. So we win this war with a very successful form because of such campaign. And of course, for Moscow, it was completely defeat. Why? Not only because of numbers, of course, but because it was happened on the 8th of September, day of Holy Mary come to heaven. What it means that God was on Lithuanian side, on Polish side. And for Moskovitish it was completely disaster. So God not support, and maybe are bad people. Yes, definitely. And they not even pay money for people who were taken to the prison. They live in Lithuania till the last life, or in Poland, even build some churches in some places. So it was big information victory. Please, next. Herberstein, special man who was sent by Emperor of Holy Roman Empire, really Austrian this time, Habsburg. He go to Moscow, 1517, and described this country and also take some numbers. Yes, it's a very important point for the next slide. Please, next. Of course, it's Lithuanian medal, which was made some years ago. Yes, very nice. I make some influence on this, so I'm very also happy. Please, next. But what we see today? Today in the morning, I see to the English form of Wikipedia how it was described. As you see, it's in red. I don't know you see or not, that only 12,000 Moskovitish troops participate in country. Not 80,000, but 12. And, it was made in 2014 here in Vilnius. I was in this conference, and my colleague Lovov from Moscow, he convinced all people that it's impossible such numbers of Moskovitish troops. He makes some calculation from later period, because before it was not written, and say, it's impossible. Only 12,000, of course. 35,000 of Lithuanian Polish destroy some small groups. It's not big victory. And we are not able to stop this, because even Polish historians were not able to answer the method of this man. I understand situation, because this time I was in strategical communication department. I know about such operations, how it was made, but it was impossible. Our people say, maybe yes, because he knows the numbers, yes. If you know about military history, numbers can be connected to situation. And you can mobilize more people or less people. It depends on situation, on economical situation. But if we trust numbers which were made definitely in this time, and definitely with some small description from our side, it means that, and I will say logic of the battle also shows that Moscow army have more numbers, because they were active, they decided, first of all, attack, yes, they even prepare some information, and Cheladin, commander of the troops, say, we have to let them all go through Dnieper River because we will take all of them and take to Moscow. It's description, yes, how it was. They have superiority 2 or 3 times, really, it's the logic of the battle, but they lose this battle. But you can see who win Information Wars 2022. English version of Wikipedia is the most important source for the people who are not historians. Please invest into such things. Wars in Wikipedia are also important as in battlefield. Please, next. Of course, we have some remains of this time. It's burying place of Žygimantas Senasis, Zygmunt Stary, Zygmunt the oldest, now in Krakow, in very nice place. He was really leader, and of course, Orsha battle is one of the best results of his region. And also we have a church, Orthodox, Ukrainian church now in Vilnius from this time, Švenčiausios Trejybės, and of course is a monument of this battle, specially built, because in Catholic country and in Catholic part of Grand Duchy, not a lot of such things were built, but definitely for Konstantin Ostrożski, for the glory, and we still have, and now is a meeting place of our Ukrainian community, really. Please, next. Analogies with the present. Please, next. 2 maps. One map showing situation between Moscow and Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the first half of 16th century, and you can see situation now, yesterday. Very similar situation. If you ask about reasons of war, are the same. Yes, the status of Moscow, what is it? Grand Duchy, empire, yes, successor of Byzantium or something like this. It means that our loss in the wars, not in the battle, but in wars, is a casus belli for today, really, because not Ukraine was attacked, but all such West countries, or as Moscovitis say, Latin people, yes, especially Catholics and something like this, Germans, yes, all of them are bad, something bad, and Holy Russia, and Moscow as center of gravitation of all Russian lands. Who takes such rights for Moscow to be gravity center of Russian lands? Ivan III, one man. That's all. And if we win this war, not in military sense, but also in spiritual sense, please attack concept of Ivan III. It's only one way. It was make a mistake. He is not emperor of Byzantium. He is not man of Russian land. He was man built by Ioan Kalita from 14th century, who is successor of Golden Orda Tatars or Mongols, really. Yes. And Moscow grew up because take all money from Russian land to Tatars. It's a reason. So we have to attack concepts, and what is much more important, to create normal concept for East Europe. Not always fighting, not going to Siberia, not changing the borders and fighting for the empires. No sense. We have to create new kind of East Europe, something like in West Europe we have, with representative and good borders, with neighbors, with normal life, with investment into roads. And we have to make a concept which people can believe. And in the first row of this concept is Ukrainian state who is fighting today. Success of Ukraine, success of all East Europe and all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Allow me to introduce the topic of the following presentation. What determined the will of Ukrainian people not to give up and fight against Russian aggression? Presented by Advisor to the Office of President of Ukraine, Mr. Oleksiy ARESTOVYCH.
Labas rytas. And dear guests, when I ask my Lithuanian colleagues what I have to speak for, they say me how we managed to win. Because the best military experts says Ukrainian, you have 72 hours to live. And after that, it's all. As you can see, today is 197th day about our fighting. So we have some secret to do this, and I want to deliver for us for our, what the secrets are. But before, I want to say some words about why Orsha battle and have so big meaning for us. Because it's absolutely same situation right now, like 500 years before. Russians think geopolitically. If we remind Putin's speech before war start, for one day before war start, he says about, nothing says about economical, and now nothing says about political, he says only about history. He's thinking history and geopolitically. And main design of this campaign, for my opinion, it was retaking of the whole Eastern Europe. Because Russians knows, like Zbigniew Brzezinski says, with Ukraine, Russia is a big empire. Without Ukraine, Russia is nothing. So the goal and design, it was to take Ukraine. After that, collect Ukrainian resources with Russians and attacked Eastern Europe. It's mean Baltic states, it's mean Poland, first of all of us. And he thinks he already take Belarus, but it's not. And we know the Belarusian people provide struggle against Putin regime and Lukashenko regime, as Madame TSIKHANOUSKAYA says us. So it's our general business to win the Putin. It's our general war against the Putin regime. It's not only Ukraine's beating Putin, it's our business at all. So why we win? Because Napoleon say, for win you need only two things. Good luck and stupid enemy. Russians is really stupid. They start this war for the 9 directions, which is absolutely stupid from military point of view. Because if you want to win somebody, you need to concentrate your forces on 1 or 2 main directions. And they try to take all our citizens from the south, east, and north. Why they do this big mistake, the fate mistakes for them? Because they lose understanding of Ukrainian. Russians has all information about the country they need, really. Because it's a lot of people who are working in Ukraine 30 years against us in our territory, in our government, in our society. They know all, but they don't understand us. They have to understand 2 things before start the war against us. Ukrainians is the people who make two revolution. It's a revolution of in the 2004 and revolution in 2014. And if we rise against our government 2 times for 10, 20 years. What we have to do with Russians, they come here to make us slavery. And they have to see for the Donetsk airport defense to understand how Ukrainians will fight for their lands. They don't do this, they don't understand our spirit of this. And the main goal probably that Ukrainian is free people. The main idea of Ukrainian spirit is to be free. We understand this during this war. We don't understand it before this war starts. We have a great national discussion about what is the main national idea of Ukraine. And now we understand the main idea, we are the free people. And we're fighting for the free. In Ukraine, it's a lot of discussion about our future, what way we have to grow, what way we have to go in the future, but we completely understand. Russian speaking Ukrainian, Ukrainian speaking Ukrainian, we completely understand the main idea of Ukraine is freedom. And next side of this coin is our self-organization. It's one of the main side of our national characters. When this war started, a lot of people, we give to the people 100,000 automatic rifles for our territorial defense. And a lot of people start to shoot in Russian before any orders they have from military command. Just like a self-organization, like we do at Maidan. And Russian was shocked about this because every window it was people who are looking for them and who shooting for them. They don't expect this sort of things. So they were shocked and surprised about this. And I just take. Sorry, because I a little bit worry because my English not so good. I have a long time have no any practice, so it's difficult to say. But I try. Okay. So these two things, these two sides of coins, it was most surprise for Russians when they come here, and they don't understand. How Russian-speaking people could provide the best struggle against them. They think the Russian language, it means Russian identity. They think Russian identity means we meet them with the flowers, but it's not. The most struggle potentials has our regions and cities, which is people speaking on Russian language. It's Mariupol, it's Kharkiv, it's Kherson, it's Dnipro, it's Donetsk, it's Lugansk, and something like that. So the biggest mistake, it's mistake about self-identification of our people. They lose this understanding. They think this Russian culture or Russian language, it's mean Russian союзники как бы. Russian alliance, it's not the same. I am Russian-speaking Ukrainian, but I am the lieutenant colonel of Ukrainian army, and I fight with Russian a lot of years. They don't understand the political culture of Ukraine. And in this period, 500 years ago, this was absolutely the same situation. The language is no bit of difference. It's a lot of relationship between Kiev, Poland, Moscow, and like this. And they think they have a right to take this lands and this people because of Rurikovichi was the main dynasty, but it's not. 500 years ago, people people choose European culture and European values. Same time, absolutely, right now. And like 500 years ago, we collect our efforts to fight Moscow. It's the same situation right now, and I'm afraid it will be same situation for next 50 years at all, because Russians never change. Never change. These people never change. I'm like an intelligence officer. I'm used to work in Moscow. I work with Dugin, as you know, and I completely understand what they think and what they want to do. They never change, and our all general business to fight them at all. Still, the Putin regime fall down, and we liberate Russia firstly. Because for my big opinion, the most пострадавшие, the main victims of Russia or Putin regime is the Russian people and people of the Belarus. This is a problem. As you know, we have a Legion of the Freedom with the Russian fighters in our Ukrainian army, and they fight very well. We have a Belarusian regiment volunteers with they fight extremely well on the most difficult point of the front line. And for me, it shows potential of the struggle inside of Belarus and inside of Russia at all. And I hope in the future we all together have a free Russia and free Belarus for us, which is as our foreign minister, Mr. Kuleba, says 2 years ago on the Lublin meeting. He says for Belarusians, we waiting for us. It will be fourth side of Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Poland Soyuz? Unit. That's all. If you want to ask me what I want to say, if you want some questions, I for great pleasure, I'll answer for that. No. Yeah? Yes? Oh. I'll listen carefully.
So my name is Valdas. I have 2 questions for you, sir. Now, Battle of Orsha is, as presented before, there was a great deal of deception in that battle. To defeat the enemy, the Russians were lured into ambush. Now, coming back to 24th of February this year, up until the hostilities, open hostilities in Ukraine started, Ukraine publicly for a long time distanced itself from the probability of open warfare, even denied it. Some allies were discontent about this. Could you shed us some light why that happened? Was that part of the deception also just to prepare for the war? And if so, if you knew about what was coming, why did the Russians then capture Hostomel airport, Kherson? So that's question number 1. And the question number 1 is more simple. Orsha battle was won, as you know, 508 years ago, but the war of 1512, 1522, 500 years ago, it was not won by Lithuania, as was again presented. Lithuania did survive, but it lost Smolensk, the most important strategic key city in the West. There were reasons for that, many reasons as we discussed. Attrition, economic, military support reasons, there was a fatigue, there were treasons. Some of those you may recognize even today in Ukraine, perhaps. But the fighting was done because it was not possible to continue fighting. So despite recent counteroffensives in Kherson, in Kharkiv regions, despite what the President Zelensky is saying about that you need to fight on and defeat the enemy and take back all the territory that is occupied by the enemy, what is the basis for your optimism that you actually can do that and that you can have the victory that you wish, but not the same results that we've seen 500 years ago with the war against Moscow, with the Lithuanian war against Moscow, when we had to have the peace? We won the battle, but we did not win the war.
Okay, I'm afraid it's bigger than my vocabulary, but I try to explain. it's a different discipline in the intelligence to understand the ability of the enemy and understand to what the enemy want to do. And I could give you examples, the Yom Kippur War in the 1933, when the same people who before 60 years win this 6 days war, is absolutely same situation, make a great mistake about what the enemy want to do. They know ability, but don't understand what the enemy want to do. And do we make this mistake? I don't know. Because our military intelligence, Mr. Budanov, as you can see, and the open sources, completely understand what we have to do. We have a big president to head a big briefing before the war started, about 2 or 3 days. And it was the different scenarios of the Russians invasions. And Mr. Budanov says completely like this happened. Absolutely. For the meters and for the seconds. But other services, secret services, has another thinking about this. So it was difficult to make one decision to understand what the Russians have to do. From military point of view, the offensive on the Kiev, it's absolutely stupid things, as we can see, because they lose this operation for the one month. They don't have enough forces, even for taking Bravary, which is a little town near the Kiev, but they try to want Kiev. It's very stupid, and our military says it's absolutely completely stupid. They don't do this. They just want to make us lie, обмануть. To make disinformation about Kievan operation, because it's a stupid things. But they try, they do. And they do very, very strange things for me. When they take in the Gostomel airport, next wave have to be just on the Pechersk, which is the government region on the inside of the Kiev. And they want to take the office of the president. And when we found on the killing Russian senior officers, we find the plans, which is mean they have to put a duty on the office of the president, of the government, of the National Bank, of the Verkhovna Rada Ukraina at the 8 o'clock on the 24th. Same evening, which is in Western Stars, they want to produce some military duties and some people on the duty on our main buildings on our country. And ваш покорный слуга have to be shooted like a president, like another people. And but when they come, it's for a lot of forest. It's roads, which is one-way roads, very narrow, and thousands of Russians stay these roads with the columns, which is during 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, and our artillery, our aviation, and our partisans and territorial defense не могли промахнуться даже когда стреляли. Couldn't miss when they shoot in, because it's a lot of Russians. It was impossible to shoot, and we strike them thousands by thousands, which is доказывает как, which is proof that this operation was absolutely stupid. That's why. About Kherson, before the war started, about 1 month before, it was a great military exercise, which командно-штабные, which is on the maps, you know, with the senior officers. President was ahead, and we collect all our attention about Kherson region, because we completely understand that means it's very great dangerous. The Russians came to оперативный простор, как будет по-этому. For absolute space, so operative space immediately, and we provide a lot of measures to save Kherson regions, but it was a lot of treaty. As you know, the advisor of the head of the security service of Ukraine in the Kherson district was a traitor. It was trade in some local administrations, and now we provide investigation about how it could be. But in Kherson, we have a heavy fighting. The battalion of our Marines on the Chongar Peninsula died at all. It's a 90% of killing and actions. They have 20 times more enemy against, never give up. They fighting for 90 hours and dying at all. We have a hero of the Ukraine, it's Marines, which is young man, and he blew up the strategical breach with itself. And our 59 mechanized brigade have 4 days of the heavy fighting against 22 Russians armored corps and extra 2 armies, field armies, 1 brigade. They fight for Antonovsky Breach, which is the main breach in Kherson. We now destroyed them by HIMARS for 3 days. It was a heavy fighting. We don't give up Kherson region so lightly as you can imagine. But we still in investigations, and we make all decisions about this. We prefer this war. President itself give a lot of attention for the defense of the south of Ukraine. But it was some factors which is bring what we have right now. So, but we're retaking them. For 1 or 2 months, I think we will see we're taking Kherson back. Thank you. Yes, of course.
Collapse of Putin regime. So as if there was some will that after the collapse of Putin regime, you could bring a change to Russian society. Could you elaborate a bit more about that?
Yes, of course. I believe in Russian society because I just myself looking for Legion of the Freedom of the Russia, which has mean a lot of Russians militaries came in this unit in our army, and some Russians came from Russia here for the 3 or 2 borders, which is hideaway. They came here. They provide a very очень тщательный отбор. Тщательный отбор. We provide a very accuracy selection for them, and there's very motivated people. They ask us to bring them on the most difficult points of the front line to fight. And they very motivated in the training and in the fighting. It's a great potential for Russians. And we have in the Russians partisans which is fire at FSB cars and completion centers and the recruiting centers. And they fight in trains, they destroy railways, something like this. Russia has a great potential to rise against Putin regime, same like Belarus. And we work with Russian opposition. We understand that Russia has a great democracy traditions, which is we can see from the 1991 for 1993. Problem not in Russian people. Problem is in Russian power, in Russian government, because all of times they think in like empire, and again and again, they try to make same things like 500 years ago. When the Yeltsin came, and we all think in the Yeltsin as a face liberation, liberal Russia, they start to fight in Russian parliament. They shoot in Russian parliament and start to first Crimean War, which has been so-called Mishkovshchina, upon the Yuri Mishkov, which is the first president of independent Crimea, which is from 1993 for 1996. Our first National Guard was created for fighting in Crimea. It was 3 years of very difficult struggle. And this struggle came to, we mined warships for each other in the Black Sea. And there was a lot of fightings in the street by Russian soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers. After that we have Tuzla incident, which is military incident completely. And we see the Russian, even this liberal, they still empire. So we have to, for my opinion, we have two ways to разделить, to divide Russian from the different national countries, or give them one attempt to be liberated after the Putin regime. If they don't, we have to divide them, because we never be in security here in Eastern Europe. They tried to manage. Как рычаг будет? Рычаг. Tool. They tried to manage like a tool by Eastern Europe and by us, by Belarus, by Poland, by Baltic states. When they fight against America, they use Europe like a tool. When they fight against Europe, they use Eastern Europe like a tool. When they fight Eastern Europe, they want to use Ukraine like a tool. It's the same, absolutely same situation like Orsha battle. And if we decide, we, collective West, NATO, European Union, Eastern Europe, if we decide to give one attempt for the Russians, it's have to be just one attempt after the Putin regimes fall down. If they do not pass this exam, we have to divide Russia, because they will do same things. Like Aristotle says, if we have form and formal reason, they will repeat again and again. We have the situation with Russians. But I think, for my opinion, to give one chance for Russian oppositions and for Russian free people and Belarusian people to make one attempt for rechange Russia to a liberal country. Just one attempt. If not, we have to divide them at all. Just divide. And main problem for Russia and for us, it's denuclearization of Russia. The main conditions after we win in this war, from the collective West to Russia, we have two denuclearizations. Without this, it could be nothing for us. Because we go less Russian armed forces. They lost in Ukraine about third potential. From weaponry and technical, they lost 4 field armies. From 10 they have at all. But if we don't denuclearize them, it's the same situation, repeat about 10 or 15 years. Like the head of the NATO says day before yesterday. It's the same things like as me says. Without denuclearization, we have repeating situation. And Poland government says yes. Poland could have the Russian threat grows about 10 or 15 years. Because if we win this war and Putin's regime change, it was only 2 ways. Russian still try to free from sanctions, and we have very accuracy to see what they have to do. If they make main efforts on the increase the military power, again, it's one signal for us. They still want to be empire. For Ukrainians, it's absolutely, and for all of us, it's absolutely no difference if with us fight liberal empire or authoritarian empire, because liberal empire could be more effectively than authoritarian empire, because it's some parliamentarism, more ставка на более умных людей, да, там на технологии, науки, как-то так. They made a bit on the more clever people, more bravery people, on the science, on the deal with the West. And there's a main problem. Elizabeth Truss, a new Prime Minister of Great Britain, she says about in April, she says the main mistake of the collective West for Iranian, for China, and for Russian was we believe that geoeconomics will have to change geopolitics. No, they take sanctions, they take economies, they take programs of the support, and rechanges on the West, on us, all of us. This is the main problem. China is maybe the most economic power, or second economic power in the world, but it's still Marxist country, and they still what they do. With Taiwan, with another things, they support Russia. And same situation with Iran and with the nuclear program of the Iran, same situation with Russia. For my opinion, I think we have to give them one more chance to be liberate empire, or liberate country or state. If not, we have to change them. Denuclearizate, demilitarize, and divide. Now, Ukrainian army, with your support, we demilitarize them well, but we have to think to see what they have to do after the Putin from down. It was very difficult to believe them, but I want to give them one chance. For people who fight right now in Russia and Belarus against Lukashenko and Putin.
Thank you, Mr. ARESTOVYCH. I'm Valdas Marinonis, retired colonel, representing Association of Colonels. First question is, what are your expectations from today's meeting in Ramstein?
In where?
At Ramstein meeting.
Oh.
Yeah. And another question is, what kind of definition, short definition of victory you could advise for the West and for us, so in order for us to better understand what we strive to achieve?
The second question is very simply, just give us a weapon and defeat Russians. It's not a problem for us. But the West weapon is the main problem here, because we have almost 1,500 kilometers internal front line in Ukraine. And we have Belarusian border, Russian border, which is almost 300 kilometers, Black Sea and Transnistria. Ukrainian territory from 5 parts, from 6, it's a border with Russian forces. And it's a big problem. Now we have 1 million people under the rifle, but only 300 people which is fighting, 100,000 people which is fighting, because another people taking the borders. It's about 6,000 kilometers. And we need a lot of weapon, because you give us, and West give us 5 millimeter howitzers. It's about 200 units. Russians still have 152 millimeter caliber, 1,300 against us. We understand the artillery, Western artillery more accuracy, and we have great field intelligence, reconnaissance, but it is still a little bit difficult for us to fight them with this comparison of quantity of the heavy weapons. Now we have 25 HIMARS and M270 systems, but we need twice. For win Russia is just one condition. Twice this heavy weapon you give us, and that's enough for us and for you. We win this war. Yesterday, we break down the front line in the Kharkiv districts and move just 40 kilometers for one day. In the 50 kilometers gain our gains, we need just weapon, not more. Just twice this weapon the Western give us, and I hope in Ramstein today it will be something about this, about twice or increase the quantity of the weapons we need. It could be air defense and could be planes. We need planes. We have very successful experience to use anti-radar rockets, which is harm, yes, from our planes. And for 1 week, we destroy 6 S-300 systems, air defense system from Russia in the Kherson region. We need more accuracy, more, and probably it have to be twice of the heavy weapon and high accuracy weapon for us. It's enough for us. We win this war, and winning of this war, it will be we back to our borders in the state of the August of the 1991. Last social poll says about 95% of Ukrainians, it's mean governments, military, and people, want to win Russia by military way and take in Crimea and Donbass back, all of our country. Сомневаться как будет. Nobody have doubts about this. We just win, we create motivation, and all we need is just twice the weapon. It's enough for us.
Hello, I'm Viktor Denisenko from Military Academy of Lithuania, and I want to back to your idea about this one attempt to Russia have democratization after Putin. Do you have ideas how to control this attempt? Because in 1991, 1993, Russia have this possibility to go through a way of democratization, but we could see a result. Thank you.
Thank you for спасибо за доверие, for the trust. But it's not my level. But if we're speaking about this, what I have to do, I say for Russian opposition, okay, we will support you. But main condition is demilitarization and denuclearization after you win with our support. We have to start from this. No, to make this, to provide this condition after they win, before they win. And we have some security agreements, which is missile treaty, nuclear treaty, which we can опереться, based on them, and maybe make it white and provide this. We have the same experience for Kazakhstan and Ukraine when we отдавать. When we give up our nuclear weapon, we have NATO and Alliance and Collective West have this sort of weapon. We could provide this in Ukraine. And the main problem in Russian nuclear potential is they grown be oldest every day. As you know, nuclear weapon is not so easy. Just take and just hold. For example, they have 156 or 68 Satana system rockets, which is provided by Ukrainian specialists. Russians do not have this sort of specialists. They collect some specialists from Ukraine before the war start, but it's a great problem for us. And every of this rocket and missile, it's about 20 Chernobyl. And nuclear weapon излучает lights. Nuclear weapon lights radiation, and they go down for every month and for every year. For Russians, it's a big problem. Really big problem. It was one of our argument when they tried to take Crimea and start the war on Donbass. We say it's nothing for we cut the government agreement for makes the support for this sort of nuclear missiles, and technically, after the Putin regime will fall down. And Russia go to social, economical, and political collapse, it was a great problem, great technical problem, to take a nuclear weapon safely. And it is a gate for us. We can say, if you want, you don't have 40 Chernobyl on your land, just give us possibility to help you with this nuclear weapon. And this helpness have to be to collect this from there and destroy. Still, Russia has a nuclear umbrella, is with the same situation with Orsha. New Orsha, new Bucha, new Kherson. Every new cycle of the history.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know that you have a lot of questions, but keep those questions for the second part of this conference. It's a panel discussion, so keep those questions. And thank you, Mr. ARESTOVYCH. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your patience for my English. Thank you. Thank you too.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the panel discussion. Discussion topics. The day before the war, have we learned from the Ukraine's preparation for war? Civil society as a real power defending its state? How Russian aggression in Ukraine are seen and understood by the other countries? How Russian soft power worked there? Participants of the panel discussion. Mr. Oleksiy ARESTOVYCH, advisor to the Office of a President of Ukraine. Colonel Artūras Jasinskas, head of Hybrid Threat Resilience Group, Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Lithuania. Darius Jonas Semeška, Ambassador at Large, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania. Dr. Darius Šlekys, Associate Professor, Institute of International Relations and Political Science. Dr. Valdas RAKUTIS, Lithuanian military historian and member of the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania. And of course, discussion moderator, Karolis Zikaras, Lithuania Armed Forces Strategic Communication Department.
Okay, hello all, and let's start our panel discussion. From the history we're jumping to our days, and we probably trying to focus mainly on two themes in our conference. The first thing is the potential of the civil society in defense of country. And the other thing, what's I think obvious to us all, that the main thing in defending our countries is Western support. So what to deal with that two things? If we return back to the 16th century, we can see that Grand Duchy of Lithuania was multi-ethnical, multicultural, and what is probably the most important in that times, multi-religious country. And I think the Moscow, they expected to use that non-monolith cultural society to split them and to use the religion to attract Orthodox Christians of Lithuanian Grand Duchy to their side, but they didn't succeed. And that was the position of that time civil society, because they told that is written in the papers of that times that, you know, of course we are Pravoslavs, and in Moscow there are also Pravoslavs, but we know that freedom is here, and there in Moscow is tyranny. So that was the main thing of that times, why such civil society position formed there of various noblemen of Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So the question for our dear guest Oleksiy ARESTOVYCH, how would you rate the Ukraine's preparation to the aggression? Did the we all see that position of Ukrainians was very supportive to the troops, Ukrainian army and Ukrainian government, and maybe what helped and what just disturbed in that situation from these activities, and did the Ukraine was prepared to this conflict or no?
So, if we speak about informational war, so we have a great myth which is Russians produce, and they want to say Ukraine and Mr. Zelensky do not prepare for this war. Is a totally lie, because we have only in military sphere about 5 huge whole Ukrainian exercises for preparing for this war. And we start to mobilize and provide different military efforts in the middle of December. So we completely understand. And we have to choose between the economical and military measures, because if we provide full-scale military measures, it will go down our economics. And there's a big problem with the collective opinion, because somebody do not want to believe the war will start in Ukrainians. And now a lot of people ask us, why do you not prepare us about starting of the war? And I say always in this way, because there is no state in the world who could manage with this sort of things. To speak to the nation, you know, dear, tomorrow we will be great continental war. Russia strikes us, and because we have 3 main dangers. Russia could use it in the propaganda. They say Ukrainian start a war, Ukrainian start to aggression on the so-called DNR and Lenin Republic, something like this. And they say this. Next one, it's panic, massive panic, and a lot of refugees do not be able us to move the forces from the west to the east country. And next one, it's a lot of laughing, because you know Ukrainian people. The half of our population says you're crazy, no war, and paranoid and something like this, and доверие, trust. And it's not increase of trust between government and people, which is from the information war point of view, is the main goal for enemy, to break trust between government and people. It's the main goal in information war, in hybrid war. So that's why. But we prefer a lot in military. And what about civil society? When the war starts, the civil society give us, like government, give us the whole necessary support as we can imagine. Because first of all, it's military volunteers, which is go to the army and territorial defense. Second, just сопротивление.
Resistance.
Just for resistance, civil resistance. They make like Molotov cocktail. They shooting by their hunting rifles. A lot of sort of things. Mining the roads and a lot of this. And if you know, do you know Poltava region? It's one region from 2026 in the north, between Kharkiv and Kyiv. And our police, after Russian withdrawals, try to collect weapons. And they collect 11 Russian tanks from the just ordinary people, which is been taken by our just for farmers and just peasants. And it's a sign of the level of battle. And next one is just civil volunteers for humanitarian aids and something like this. And another one, it's a informational war, cyber war. It's a lot of volunteers. It's probably 80% of success. It's a volunteer society which is working closely with government. And it's even difficult for me to say in which spheres the civil society don't give us support. It's and we work together. We little bit strange nation, because when Ukrainian in the peace, it's a lot of tensions between us. For every повод, как будет? Повод, по любому поводу. For any reason, we have tensions. When the war starts, we collect immediately, and we stay together against the enemy. So, because government looking with little bit bureaucracy, even the big war start, war, it's not about meters and not about units. War on the operator and strategical level about rhythms. And civil society make the things more better and more quickly than government. Even when government rechanged for the war style ruling system. And that's why when the first day struggles, first two or 3 weeks, and was a speed, it was main goal we need. Civil society doing this job very, very quickly and very successfully. It's 4 goals: military volunteers, territorial defense volunteers, humanitarian volunteers, civil volunteers, and cyber and information volunteers. For some point of view, me is civil society in the office of the president, because I'm the advisor on the civil advisor of the office of the president. And what we learn from this? We learn we have to trust our people. We have a great discussion about weaponry in the hands of the civil society, on the population before the war. And we give from 120,000 automatic rifles in the hands of the people. The first 6 hours of the
just only showing passport, yeah.
No, not only showing passport. Just sign, and you have. And no случай, no any case for using in criminal purpose or just in the tensions. No, 6 months. No criminal using of this war. Every Ukrainian man now has 2 automatic rifles in the house, or something like this. Every active Ukrainian man. No any cases for criminal using of this. Before the war, it was a lot of afraiding about this. We can't give automatic weapon for people. And main learning from this, we have to trust civil society more than we trust before the war started. It's an experience of the great trust, and that is the main goal. And now we understand, and I finished, we can give and provide more, we could, like a government, could base more and more on the civil society than it be before. We have a very close co-working with specialists from hybrid war. It's intelligence, it's cyber war, it's informational war. It's very closely. If you know that the famous Inform Napalm group, they provide async intelligence, and they provide a great experience for informational war. It's a great example of the civil society, no military, just civil people.
Another question is, now you're looking to that situation of the beginning of aggression from a time distance. So maybe, in your opinion, you can say what could be done better than it was in dealing and in preparing to the war.
It's a difficult question because I, like a military man, I saw that 7 war starts. The first Chechen, Yugoslavian war in 1999, and the second Gulf War. It's Russian-Georgian war, and war starting catching the Crimea. Before 5 minutes after the plane in the air already done, even the people who see the 3 wars starting don't believe war start. Because it's so unnormal for people to be big war, and I see my own eyes when the second Gulf War start. I have my head of command. He's a colonel. He used to fight in Afghanistan, the Soviet period, take a part in the 3 wars. And we see the American planes and coalition planes go up from airfields, and they close to Iraqi border. And he says me, missiles go, tomahawks goes, and he says me, maybe it's just airstrike. It's not not a war. It's difficult to believe. So we completely understand the war began. We achieved. They strike in the south and they strike in the east, because striking for the Kiev was stupid. Yeah. I already explained this, and we were ready for this, but the problem is we don't trust civil society as we can trust now. Could we trust them more before this war? I don't think so, really, because we need to real experience about this. Now we understand we could trust civil society more and more better and wide than it was before, but understand before the war that you could give the anti-tank launch grenadier just for civil person, and she don't sell it, he don't hide it, and he strike to the Russian tank. It's very difficult to believe, because it's a difficult military operation to cut Russian supplies line. You have to have some experience. You have to be like training like saboteur, but not our farmers, our peasants could this job very, very well without it. But nobody can imagine before, and. Now we understand we can go to the Switzerland model and to provide weapons in every house and to be ready for whole total resistance. And our law, which under President Zelensky providing, we take this law in our parliament in the November, if I remember accuracy, which is the concept of the total war defense of Ukraine, which has been good trusting for civil society. In military existence, in information war, I don't think so, really. It's not for just apologizing. I really think that some things could be provided without real experience. Now we understand this, and we could give you for this sort of experience. You could learn from our mistakes, but before the war, it's really it's not невозможно. Impossible. It really be impossible. People do not believe in the big war, and same people who provide a very aggressive resistance. In the next day after war began, before 1 day to begin, if you say him, you need us to strike in Russian tanks, they say laughing and say you are crazy. Just this is a problem. People do not believe in the big war. When I spoke with the deputy of the Minister of Defense of Latvia, it's 2 weeks ago, I say you have to prepare to war. In strongly believe that the war starting at 1 day. And it was a wide discussion in Latvia. ARESTOVYCH provocate us. It will not be war. We not. We don't be afraid. I say, if you want prepare the war, civic passum parabellum. If you want preserve the war, you have to prepare the war every day, in believing the war start next day. There's only one possibility for do this. So I could just say learn our mistakes and provide the total preparing for the war, as you believe the war start next day after this day. There's only possibility to be ready for the war.
Yeah, probably to change understanding, it's the most difficult thing. And so I'd like to address another question for our Lithuanian participants, for maybe you, Valdas. So what can we learn from the preparation of Ukrainians and how we can probably use the potential of people of our country in such situations.
Of course, we have very comfortable position to see what happened in Ukraine and have a time to change something, yes. And what we can learn that really we have to prepare for total defense, all our economic and all our people, to think that war is alternative to the scenario we have before. And we have a lot of things to change in our education system, especially education system, but also in culture, also in preparation of our towns, of building of our roads, and a lot of things. Because people begin to think that maybe war will be. Yes, it's very good for us. But, and we in our committee in Parliament really work on this, on preparing our society for defense and prepare and create what they need to done. The most important thing for organizing of people are to have structures. We know this from 1991, then when you have to go to some activities, you have to have some circles when you can trust your neighbors. They can be relatives, neighbors, organization members, and church members, and not important which kind of organization, but people have to trust each self. Yes, it's a very important thing. And so sometimes our state have a consideration, such non-governmental organizations are not important, people maybe have too much time, and they do not important things. Really, we have to rely and to trust our organization. I'm as a scout leader for more than 30 years. I know very good what it means when people are connected between themselves and trust. And they know that this man is very good in activities, this man very good in administration. They not need the time to form such unit, but this unit exists really. You only can change a form. And we really use such lessons learned. But what we meet always some bureaucracy resistance. No, maybe we have to trust only on our people who are paid, yes, how we can take something. But step by step, we go through such bureaucratical resistance, and in our parliament we have some very important projects which really open gates for new system. But we have to understand that when your war is over, the same problems will come back. Yes, because these people simple, think from their own experience. But what we also understand is that we can't trust buying our weapons from the states which are very, very far from. Yes, because when you need ammunition needs all the Europe. Yes, so you have to have something to produce in our country, the most important things, because it's simple way. Yes, you get immediately what you mean. And the third lessons learned is that people more maybe are united. We feel in our parliament, I understand that some image from outside is that people are fighting in this parliament always, but when we were 2 days ago in Prague and have people from opposition, we understand in the matters of defense we are very united nation, very united, not important which party you are. And so this idea of unity of all the people, understand that we are not similar and not the same, it's very good for us, and I think that our spirit is going back to the time of Orsha, to the time of 2020-2022. And but we have a lot of things to do, especially in education, because long time Lithuanian education system skipped all such patriotic things, thinking that we need only to create some democratical people. But as I say in Lithuania, you know, citizen is man from the castle, pilietis. Yeah, so each citizen have to have his own city, his own castle,
And if you not understand that you need one flag, really, on this, you are not really citizen, but you are a man who can move from one country to other country, yes. And you know, I spent a lot of time in Poland, and what I always impressed is unity between the church and school in this country. They create really strong citizens, yes, and in the time of event, they will be modernized, mobilized, and do. So we have to trust.
I want to ask the same question to Davidas. Maybe not only in the military meaning, but also in political and other meanings. What should we learn from the preparation of Ukraine to the war?
I like the topic idea of trust, but maybe from different angle. Let's look globally, then more bureaucratically. You're not fighting alone. Trust your friends, trust your allies, trust what your friends are telling you. So what I think, maybe days before the military action started in February, so trust what intelligence is telling to you, your intelligence community, be it American, British, Lithuanian, or Polish. I think this war in Ukraine, when we're discussing publicly what is happening in Ukraine and doing analysis of all this war fighting, we are sometimes too much concentrating on the real war fight element, but we see talking less about diplomacy. If you want to sanction Russia, diplomats working extra hours to do that. But in order to sanction Russia or to know what Russia is planning to do, you should get more intelligence. So trust your intelligence. And what my lesson learned was from, let's say, from the February or even before February, that I have to say, surprisingly, even to me, British American intelligence really was not only precise quite a lot, but also very forcefully messaged. The United States is not doing that kind of messaging very often. And after Iraq events, 2003, there was big distrust in American intelligence community. But is it really will happen what you say? Because in the past you lied, you really lied. So, but that is maybe, well, America, Britain, France, it's question maybe do you like it or not, but in a sense, bureaucratically, trust and invest in intelligence community. They are your eyes, ears, because in order to do anything, you need information. So that is intelligence, I think. And that is trust. Trust in your intelligence community, trust in your friends who will give you some information. Another point of trust is not only civil society as an active participant in fighting with weapons or without weapons, but also how to convince society not to be depressed. So that is strategic communication. You have to win your audience. You have to be like our guest from Ukraine, who is talking every evening and calming down people in Ukraine and outside Ukraine that yes, difficult days, but we still alive, we have a plan, we're moving forward step by step. So you must create this trust in conceptual perception level. So basically strategic communication, the way how you communicate, how you disseminate information, and how you win trust from common people that me or colonel or ambassador or member of parliament will stand up, let's say, in front of camera, and what we say, people will trust our expertise and our information. Especially when this propaganda war is happening, and Orsha battle is a very good historical case of fight in propaganda level, yes. I always use this battle for my students to show, they say that information war was happening long time before internet and the social media. So that is, I won't be talking about, well, one point about civil society. And I like this moment, I said that you have to trust your citizens in a way, because total defense is a good concept, but it cannot be only directed from above. Civil society means that civil society is also autonomous, and they have the right to improvise, to be jazz players, even when the government or military sometimes doesn't like the improvisation. But that's how it works. You cannot direct everything from the above. Otherwise, it won't work. And that's the most difficult part. How to find a way, let's say, that government is providing, let's say, some structure, civil society is playing in the frame of that structure, but also doing sometimes in their own way, and you're not punishing them, you're not ignoring them. So that is the most difficult part, which we actually now in Lithuania entering. We created a legal frame already. Now we're starting implementation and looking for a role for everybody players. But that is trust. Trust friends, trust what you're saying, and trust people who doing improvisation.
Thank you. Maybe you, dear Colonel, can say what have you learned as a specialist of counter hybrid operations from that situation from Ukraine?
Oh, I don't know if I'm good hybrid specialist, more military, but main thing that for sure, as in other countries, NATO countries or neighboring countries, in Lithuanian armed forces, we following situation. For this, I can tell you for sure, lessons learned. It's analyzed, thought about them each day, our structures working on that. So I will not give today now answer what lessons learned, classification or some areas, but for sure our armed forces specialists work on that. So of course it's a pity that we need or that we are learning from this situation, but of course first thing we are learning. Another thing, what I think not military, only military man, but each person probably in Lithuania see the will to fight. This is one of the main lessons what we're learning from Ukraine. This is will to fight of Ukrainians. And it looks like it comes from nowhere. Even, of course, you have 8 years of smaller scale war. And probably this was the reason that your people learn to fight or to have this will to fight. Then if we are talking about hybrid wars, there is probably nothing secret of what. There was energy attacks, there were hybrid cyber attacks, there were informational attacks, and there were military attacks. So in our understanding what is hybrid, all these 5 areas were used in Ukraine before war, full-scale operation started. So this is main outcome, and we should be prepared for that. We should analyze what we are doing this and follow the situation, what is around us. Thank you.
Okay, of course we discussed that Ukrainian society enthusiasm in facing fighting aggression was in a very great scale. But anyway, the coordination is somehow necessary. So maybe can you say that that improvisation, improvisation of society fighting the enemy. Okay, so they just fighting as they can, as they understand that, as it's possible for them to do, or so. It was coordinated from government of Ukraine enough, or maybe it should be coordinated better, and maybe some actions taken from the society was of course useful. And maybe you can tell about the harm, maybe what your own patriots did in that fight.
The main problem is Ukrainian has 8 years before. They have 1 million people who пострадали, who suffering because of war, and we have about 3,100 people who fight in the war, exactly, the war veterans. And how you think? What part of Ukrainians believe in the big war and necessary of preparing for the war? It's not popular topic in our country.
How many was really prepared?
Yeah, really prepared. I really believe to necessary to be prepared. It's a great problem. Overvalued. The level of understanding people is overvalued. Now we all speak about information. We all speak about social media, and we think if in country 8 years during it's still a war, people understand the war is a big problem and we have to be prepared. Not. That's why strategical communication is so important, because we need 24 hours, 7 days, 5 days in the year speaking about important topics government need for speaking for the people. Because main necessary is the United Nations. What I see in Lithuania or Poland problem, it could be problem, like my opinion. You think you under NATO umbrella, and people little bit thinking like, what we have to worry about if NATO came and defend us. It's a big mistake. I strongly believe that NATO came, but first 3 days, it's a main problem in any sort of the war. And we need United Nations. United Nations start from the kindergarten, from the school. And the main person who have to prepare a nation for such type of trouble, it's a school teacher. It's Mr. Churchill says about it. Mm-hmm. If I have the power like a school teacher, I will be very pleasure. And problem is, we need to speak people. We have to prepare people all the time. We need to United Nations, united by any sort of connection we can. Church, public communication, strategic communication, culture, schools, higher education, army, territorial defense. One place where the government and nation do not have any tensions. It's only one place. It's place of national defense. Why the army force in every country in Ukraine, it's about 96% of the trust in, because interest of government and interest of the people is connect in this very closely. All of us want to live. So that's why it's a territorial defense. And any sort of connection between government on the military term is the most effective things to prepare a nation for the war. What we can to do? We can to provide more military learning and training for our people, and give more efforts for the territorial defense, because it's what is territorial defense? What is the meaning of territorial defense? Military career is a very specific type of job, but a lot of people who do not want to be professional military, want to defend this country. Which way? Which institute? It's territorial defense. In territorial defense go a lot of people who has a huge credibility in business and culture and something like this. Now in Ukrainian army serve about more than 40 stars of Ukrainian cinema, something like that. Pop culture. So they they could give an example when they go to the territorial defense by a leader of public opinion, something like this, to necessary to be connection with government and with military, to ready for defense. And this is an area where we don't need a lot of arguments to make people understand, and this is necessary. It's one of the most important institutes is territorial defense, and comparing institutes, because people, if understand completely, I want to be professional military, but I want to defend my country. He is motivated. He completely understands what they do. He understands they have to fight if enemy come, and he give his best for this, his knowledge, his experience, his connections, his network, and a lot of businessmen who comes to territorial defense come with all networks they have. Business connections, culture connections, a lot of civil experiences like this, and it makes it incredible effective. It's a principle of the French foreign legions. When a lot of people come to foreign legions, and one of them doctor, and another scienceman, another businessman, they come being soldiers, and they collect a very different collective experience, and make another level of understanding, of motivation and professionalism. And most where we can, if we ask about our mistakes, the main mistakes, it's not so give so attention for territorial defense. Now we understand it.
But as I know, that concept of territorial defense is quite new in Ukraine. As I understood, it was well developed till the moment of aggression. It was developed enough.
It was one year and a half to very difficult tensions about what type of territorial defense we want to have. We speak with all countries in Eastern Europe and Scandinavian, which has territorial defense. Home guards, yes. And I was in a group in the Office of President who provided the law of the total resistance and territorial defense. I was inside these tensions. It's a two model, which is more independence for the people. It's not part like an army, it's just army and territorial defense. But after that, we decided army could have to provide territorial defense, and it was right, because it's recruiting and supply. It's only armed force. It could be provided like a civil activity. And one problem is we have to. It was very очень политизированная тема, как сказать.
Politically driven.
Politically driven, the topic. It's a lot of our oppositions try to play on this goal. This is why we speak in 1.5 years. Then вместо того, чтобы instead to make territorial defense. This is a problem. It was very politically очень нагруженная политическая тема была. Overweight political term. This is a problem. That's why it's one of the big mistakes. If we start before 1 year, and успели,
will be in time.
And we will be in time to provide territorial defense. It's more best. We will be ready better for this war. This will maybe one goal.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, and now probably let's talk about Western support. Yeah, of course, that it's a key thing, and it's very important for all countries of our region. Now we can see what is the tensions and things going around supplying Ukraine by weaponry. What interest groups related to our region's security we can identify in establishment in Western countries? So firstly, I want to ask this question, you, Ambassador.
There's a series of interest groups that are of importance to us, but perhaps the biggest interest group that we should care about and we should be worried about is general population of our Western allies. And here key words have already been mentioned: the strategic communication, the trust in the society, as Oleksiy mentioned, and the trust in intelligence reports by political leadership and by professionals that are responsible for communication to the general public, and then subsequently the strategic communication. Well, actually, if you have 30 years of illusionary communication to the population that war is impossible in Europe, that there will be no more war, that there is no threat, I recall us diplomats, Lithuanian diplomats, how difficult it was to accept each NATO summit in the final statements, resolutions, and declarations about the fact that there is no imminent security threat to our territory here in Europe. Well, all of that builds up certain mentality. Not only just perception, just builds up mentality. And when you have two generations that grow up, that are being upbrought within this such an informational space, and with this narrative, so then of course there is absolutely no willingness to invest into defense, because that's waste of money. And here you have the result. I mean, at the beginning of this last stage of aggression. The war has been going on already for 8 years, but against Ukraine. But this stage, the most dramatic stage, 6 months. And at the beginning of those 6 months, when there were reports that the stock of ammunition for howitzers ranged from 3 hours to 3 days in different countries. So that dramatic situation is given too little of attention. And this unwillingness, no political will to invest very much depends on the, on what people think, on the electorate. And this electorate has to get relevant, adequate information. And then here we have strategic communication. I would not like to refer to the word propaganda. We have to simply, the government, each government has the duty to adequately inform the citizens. And if sometimes there is too much drama in this information, that is also very useful, because in a liberal society you get a response, you get a dispute, you get argument. The more dispute there is, the better, because that draws the attention of, that has a wider outreach. And all of that helps to bring up the adequate perception of threat and of the security situation. And in fact, we know that there was certain, among number of allies in Europe, there was certain kind of glass ceiling that information from intelligence reports were not reaching the top levels, or the top levels were censoring them, and then intelligence and medium-ranking officers somehow had to adapt them to this wishful thinking of the political elite, and messaging this illusionary thinking to the general society. So that is the biggest mistake that we have to learn, and that is where we have to concentrate. We have to speak about with our partners, and so the first interest group to speak about that is, of course, the political establishment in our allies in the country, our allied countries, and the political analysts and journalists, media, those who deliver, who can actually give the wider outreach, who can multiply the message. So that is the task for us diplomats, and I also stand for more attention to this task for our diplomacy in our system. Of course, there are different competing lines of thinking what we should do and how we should divide our resources. But this interest group, that is those who multiply this message, get ready for the war, as Oleksiy said, each day. Prepare your society so that it would be ready for the war each day. Invest properly into defense, and that is the key task of the state as organization.
Okay, thank you. The same question maybe for you, David. What auditories are most important, and to whom we need to communicate?
So it's very interesting, maybe I will talk now like a professor from my readings, what I was noticing, what Western scholars were discussing about defense, policy, strategy in their countries. So a few years before this stage of aggression in Ukraine started, a lot of scholars in Western countries started talking that it's not enough anymore to think about defense policy and security only from the elitistic perspective. That means government and armed forces, that society is coming back. Society wants a bigger stake in defense policy, security policy implementation. And the best example was shown Afghanistan. They say why Western countries retreated from Afghanistan, because common people basically didn't understood why we are in Afghanistan, because it was elitistic project. And then now events in Ukraine is kind of confirming that idea. They say, yes, you need armed forces, yes, you need government officials, but without society, which basically by participation also asks the chair around the table and the right to have a voice, or maybe sometimes even veto right. So from that, if you're looking at more societal level, we're going back to strategic communication as interest group, let's say all people. And that goes for education. As a professor, when I go to international conference, you know what basically 100% question which I will get when I have small talk? So I'm from Lithuania, so thank God they know where Lithuania is. So you're talking Russian. And again, I have to explain that Lithuanian language is not the Slavic language family, etc. And I think 32 years independent, we're going, participating, scholars, politicians, military, businessmen, students, and you still have to explain what is Lithuania, why we're different from Russia. I think it's still a lot of homework must be done. Another example is from strategic communication. Last year, I was preparing syllabus for my war theory class. I was just looking through new articles. One established Western academical journal, very respected. Oh, I see article about Lithuanian post-war Forest Brothers fight. The title, Lithuanian Civil War. And okay, since when post-war situation is called civil war? I look who the author. Author is Hungarian, but studying in St. Petersburg. Okay, that's more interesting. And that means, let's say, but article is written, everything is right, footnotes, quotations, everything as from academical perspective, good article. But the message, very bad for us. And it's very subtle. Sometimes you have to look Russian propaganda, and this subversion you can find everywhere. And basically, if we want, let's say, to work with our Western friends and audiences, basically every Lithuanian citizen, no matter what he is doing in his profession, he will find in his professional field, let's say, area to educate his friends in Western countries. And that is your interest group. Because Russian actions are everywhere. And if not working in one place, they will try somewhere else. So but that is total. And that, I think, what we already understand. Our friends in Western countries still don't understand that meaning of totality. You're talking about comprehensive approach, which is too bureaucratical term. I think total it captures the essence of what actually is happening and where that everybody must be invested and trying to understand what is happening.
Problem is the war is real start before 10 years they act. The Russians make decisions to take Ukraine by military way in the July of the 25, next year after my first Maidan. And I was in Moscow, I was working with Dugin, and I know what they decide and when they decide. Problem is nothing to believe in this. But after 10 years, we have second Maidan, Russians start to take Crimea, and we have Minister of Defense, Russian citizenship, head of the security service, Russian citizenship, and head of the Interior, and the Minister of Interior is a Russian citizenship. They provide a huge, by scale, huge strategical operation to weak Ukraine and weak West for this. They prepare for 10 years for this. They take our economy, they go down our army, they take all of our security services and entire ministry, and they убедили
persuaded?
No, West, that's Ukrainian has no be in NATO, Ukraine and Georgia, and after that they try to kill Georgia, try to capture Ukraine, and the problem is all these 10 years, government have to speak with people. People will say, "You stupid, you crazy, government, you real crazy." Nobody believe in war after even, I say, from my experience, from my opinion, now nobody from the people, especially in NATO countries, do not believe in war, will not believe in war after even Ukrainian experience. But you have to speak with the people, you have to prepare them different ways, because when the military crisis start, people understand what they have to do. They ворчать как будет. So they will speak. Government, you are crazy, but they have to be prepared. They have to understand what to do if tomorrow the war start. And after that, most resource government need in the first day of the war is a trust from the population. And it's a rhetorical question, but what population give more trust for government? Population who was prepared for 10 years, or population who was not speaking with government about any type of things, about war, about military preparation. Мы понимаем, о чем речь идет. Да.
Yeah, so I think the essential things about problems was told. So what to do? I remember that maybe that was March or April. You Oleksiy, told that now the special military operation is complete. Now the war begins, and you meant that now they are not using only military means to conquering Ukraine, but now they're starting to use informational and political means in the West, because it's a war. It's a complex thing. So what can we do with the Russian influence in the West? What should we do?
The collective West have understand, as my opinion, three things. First, we have to not trust Kremlin at all. At all. At all.
We need to teach Western establishment about this.
Never. Because I was in a negotiations group which is preparing Istanbul agreements. And on my own eyes, I see what the Russians do. They sign промежуточный, как будет? All of us understand intermediate agreements and broke it another day. We signed intermediate agreements, they broke it another day. We have черновик, как это сказать, for 90% already draft for Istanbul negotiations. We come in Istanbul, our delegation, and they broke and lied in ice, just in ice. No believing for Russians. Bismarck says the agreements with Russia not credible like a paper, price of paper they sign. And second one, we have to be prepared to vote before the war. Right now I say unpleasant things, but in the end of the March, Ukrainian army lost all necessary shells and rockets. And from the end of the March, for beginning to the July, we have no very necessary type of munitions. What was in the battlefield? Russians spent 60,000 shells in the day. We can answer only 4,000. Our soldiers, 15 hours in the day, sitting on the rockets and on the shells, and we can't do nothing for this, because West was not preparing for this. And before the war started, the 3rd of December, our Minister of Defense, Oleksiy, says it from the open way. He says we need anti-stingers, anti-aircraft missiles, and we need some anti-tank guided missiles, like a Javelin, like that, something like this. We need a whole preparation. We need a sanction for preserve this war. But Western military experts and government thinks what? Ukraine just still three days after that war. Our foreign minister, Dmitry Kuleba, says us, when we was in Washington on 23rd of February, he have a meeting with President Biden and the military and political advisors, and they taste Russians tomorrow, have the aggressions, and he прощались как бы.
Say farewell.
Say safe bye-bye, like with he says me, I feel myself like a cancer ill person, and they say bye-bye at all. Just all. Nobody believe that we can stay more than 3 days, and nobody preparation. After that, we all need quick reaction, all collective West with Ukraine. But it was 3 months. 3 months. 2 months before first Rammstein, and 3 months before the ammunition and weapons start to go to Ukraine with the necessary quantity. It was a very huge. I don't understand at all right now how we stay these 3 months, because at the end of the 2nd of April, we have 4 rockets for multi-rocket launch systems. This is all. When the Kyiv defense, we have 4 days without any munitions for our artillery before they come from the west ammunition depots. It was a very difficult operation because the town was surrounded, and it's как висело на ниточке все. The fate of Ukraine, it was just on the on
the edge.
On the edge, because nobody believe we can stay. Nobody believe in war. Nobody preparing necessary way for this war. Absolutely same situation, it's a mirror situation between people and government. Even if government says we have to be ready for the war, and other people says no. You're a little bit crazy. If people says to government, we have to be prepared to the war, government says, no. We're thinking about elections, we're thinking about light future, we're thinking about a lot of things, but not so unpleasant things like war. And somebody have to take responsibility. But we can't требовать. We can't demand from the people, from the nation, to do the government work. Government to have to take whole responsibility for foreign affairs, for collective support and help, and for preparing people for the war. Speak with people. Make them understand. Make them prepare. And every day, every hour, 10 years, 20 years, 14 years. We had a great example. We all have a great example. It's Finland. Finland prepared with Russia from the 1940 or before 44. All of the existence of the Finland is preparing for the war. That's why Russians do not say nothing when the Finland go to the NATO, because they completely understand that Finland could give to the Ural Mountains if the war starts, because Finland is preparing completely. Civil society, territorial defense, and armed forces. If we need to example, it's Finland.
Yeah, all parts.
All parts. It's a total resistance, total preparing for the war.
Okay, so the same question to all participants: how we can fight Russian influence, soft power in Western countries to achieve our goals? Valdas, maybe let's start from you.
In some handbooks, history of military art, including my handbook, is the first page. It's so-called military principles. Nobody used such page. It's not my page. It's copy-paste from other books. Some general rules of the war. Yes, and such principles exist. For example, aggressive actions, concentration of effort, yes, management of resources, and very important, initiative. Yes, it's about 16 of them. Nobody reads such books. If they read, they understand. You can't win a war without being active in your actions. I will say in all terms of warfare. If you sit in fortress and your enemy put cannons on the batteries and begin shoot to your fortress, if you wait, it takes some days and your walls will be broken. But if you organize something in night, some brave soldiers sent and to destroy one battery, next morning they will not concentrate on burning your walls, but they concentrate to make defense of such batteries. It's a very simple thing. The same in our days. Putin do this, Putin do that. What do we? Attack him by information means. Open weak points of Putin regime and begin to talk about this using 25 newspapers immediately in one day. And you win, because somebody reads such newspapers. Yes. What he does is Putin. One man against mankind. One man. Thousands of dying people. Concentrate on leader. Cut society of Russia into Russians and Soviet population. Russians will not all of them are Soviet population, and really regime of Putin use Soviet style symbols and even of course he connect all possible ideas, but if you see deeply, he concentrate on Soviet things. Be active. Each week, some clever people can sit and create such problems, Kuril Islands, Kaliningrad, what about law? Yes, and what about some rights of Moscow to Novgorod, for example? They right to be a gravity center of Russia. It's examples from my brain. But if you use really good experts in creating such things, you begin to fighting a war. We have a war, not open, not with soldiers, but in information fields. In all possible other fields, using hybrid warfare, not only counter-hybrid, but also hybrid warfare. And you need short time to destroy, but concentrate on such things. Yes. We use in our group some method in our military service time. If some man is too active to be aggressive all around us, we concentrate and say, we begin to attack him, each of us, each 5 minutes, not in open way, but in information. Or completely say, you are not president of Russia. You are not Mr. Putin, you even only Putin. It's a very effective form against Russians and the Russian Empire, because they are in image that they are big, great Russia, Великая Россия. No Великая Россия. You are a problem for mankind. And step by step, dividing, yes, divide et impera, all principles of Roman Empire, and you defeat, but begin to do. We always are waiting, we are too late, yes, and act not too much, yes, and now about West society. West society create new kind of ideology of West society. I will maybe concentrate on West Europe, yes. They imagine that something changed, that European Union come from rights of people. Really not. It's from empire of Roman, Holy Roman Empire, of Roman Empire in this time, 2000 ago, yes. Use all such old kinds of cultures, which create us as Europeans, as Christian Empire, yes, and to create also how to mobilize people. Because if you say that, yes, war will never be, you create pacifistic society. And pacifistic society, especially young people who finish some studies in your schools, they will not able to fight. We are not prepared at all. But if you take back to your old traditions of locals, like Switzerland, yes, still existing 200 years in peace, but they still are strong. Good example. Why we can do? They are not aggressive, not attack other countries, not participating in some missions, yes, but they can defend themselves. Is the best result, best way, example for West society. But we have to show such societies. You know, and for my students, I always say, the worst thing can happen for the army is long-lasting peace. Of course, it's a joke, yes, but it's not only a joke. Because people not remember that war was and can create very ineffective societies. The most important ineffective society is rich and weak. It's West Europe, rich and weak. The best topic for attack, yes. But it's very hard to do this. Because when you begin to talk, you say, oh, militaristic man, maybe from medieval time. Alarmist, yes. But we need to do this in our societies, and sometimes for military people, it's a responsibility to talk such things to the civil society. War can be. And from our experience, all of us have to fight. It's the reason why young boys, young girls, how to go to gym and to prepare their bodies. Because maybe you will have to survive, to live, and to take care about our children. So we have to work, not to only talk, but to work deeply and hard.
Thank you, Ambassador. Your thoughts about that?
Actually, I think that these days, in terms of what we should do now, I mean, the biggest or the most important task is performed by Ukrainian people, by Ukrainian fight, by sacrifice of Ukrainian people. And that really brings a dramatic change in the perception of where we live and in what environment we live and what we should do among our Western allies, in the societies of our Western allies. But of course, we should also tackle such, we should remind also or draw the attention of our partners that cultural events are also means of this hybrid war, of hybrid influence, and so each and every concert by a Russian performer is also playing a kind of role supportive of Kremlin, and we should remind that the wish by think tank to have a Russian speaker in the audience and to defend the position of Kremlin is also the help or assistance to Kremlin to spread their narrative. And we should remind the journalists that just reporting or reproducing the speech by Putin without any comment at the time of the war is not non-biased reporting. It's just help, assistance to Russia to spread their narrative. So yeah, we have a lot of work to do to remind or to draw the attention of our Western partners. We are fighting in this information war, in this hybrid war already for more than 10 years. We already, we know much more, we are much more advanced in terms of perception and in terms of resilience, and we have the duty to teach our Western allies and to draw their attention to the weak points in their societies.
Okay, thank you, David.
Okay, maybe a bit more skepticism or more cautiousness. So I will continue what Professor said. The biggest problem when I see in Western countries is very simple, conceptual, fundamentally. They have just different understanding what war is from this region. And I see Russia on permanent war footing for as many years as possible. We always were at war with Russia, but if you go to Paris, London, they say war is when you see tanks and jet fighters. Otherwise, it's something else, but it's not a war. And then if they will have this kind of understanding of war, it will be difficult for them to convince about this permanent aggression coming from Russia. So that is fundamental point is, let's say that, yes, we have to talk and talk every day, every minute, from politicians, academical people, think tank, journalists, military, let's say that the war is not only, let's say, when you're fighting on the ground. War is cyber, economy. Are Lithuanians surprised that Russia closed Nord Stream gas supply to Germany and Europe? 15 years ago, they did this with Druzhba. They actually were kind of making an experiment and they're just expanding. It's old news for us, but it's new news to Germany and France. So maybe sometimes they should listen us. But we cannot overplay our card. If you always will come to London, Brussels, say, we told you so. They will say, okay, I hear you one time, maybe second time, third time. On fifth time, say, it's time to stop telling us, let's say, I told you so. We also must be smart. We have to find ways how to talk with our friends in Western countries, but not always, let's say, be cocky. Let's say, we knew better. Yes, we knew maybe better Russia, but sometimes we does not drop it into the face of Germans and French. They are also very people with
counterproductive communication.
It might be counterproductive communication. So that what I see, and that is a sad part. What is happening in Ukraine? People are dying every day. But as is Finland example, they created a habit and structure to stand against Russia, let's say, for many decades. So if you wanted to change habits in Germany, Italy, and France, that also requires not a year or two. It's not sprint, it's marathon. But it's very difficult to do marathon when every day people are dying. But I don't see the other way. You cannot get a revolution in Berlin or Paris, really drastic revolution, let's say 1-2 years. They already accepted one fact. War is not an academical topic. War actually is happening in Europe, and they accepted that fact. Second fact is that Russia always fighting. So we have to work on that and to convince them that Russia is in permanent mindset of war. They are kind of state fortress and they're always fighting. So but that will take time. Sadly, while war is happening and fight happening in Ukraine. But I don't see the other way. And that means we must be more, not moderate or cautious, but more tempered in our sometimes discussions and emotions. That our friends will need time to understand what is happening. But I see the direction that they're taking in that. They're trying to understand that, but still lots of work to do.
Colonel?
I would tell from military point of view, and of course it's sad that conflicts in the world happening, but thanks God that our political leadership, MOD or state, allow us as a militaries go together with our allies for the missions abroad to the other continents, to the almost each conflict where they need peacekeeping mission or peace reinforcement or other. So with this, working with our allies, I think we are, as Lithuanian soldiers, convincing them that, of course, they should be ready and help us. With our host nation support for the soldiers who are arriving forces to Lithuania, I think we persuading also them that they can easily come here. They see us militaries, they see our people, society, and developed country, which is worth to defend. And of course, as we're going to work in our NATO HQs, in multinational HQs, doesn't matter at which level, we as a military, we should show our skills, our professionalism, and to be seen as those who fight in Orsha battle as a real Lithuanian soldier. This would convince them and help us in the future. Thank you.
What the West have to understand, that we have to understand, it's not no way to manage with Russia like European countries or Western countries manage with each other. Because the main mistake is deal with Russia in political way, informational way, economical way, like Switzerland dealing with German. It's no way. Russia is a special case, and it have to be when West politics, as I think, have to be one way to deal with Western countries and absolutely another way dealing with Russia. Because Russian strategy against West formed by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin 200 years ago. He was infernal person. He was infernal, but very clever person. It's very, very easy to understand. My father was a high rank in Soviet military, and I grew up in Eastern Germany when I was a little boy. And father Seimas and all his friends said to me, "Son, understand. They preparing me like a future military man, and they says, Europe always be for us the field of the battle. Always. No conditions is stopped. Always will be. And the times it was like oil pipeline, like Druzhba and something like this. And friend of my father open says me, we do this for corrupt Europe and corrupt the collective West. It's not about economy, it's about corrupt their system. To give money in Europe, to connect with us a lot of connections and influence us this way. And how we do have to understand Russian view on the West? It's like a big piece of ice with a lot of cracks. And Lenin says, to fight West is very easy because West criticized itself much better than our analyst can understand the best. Just reading Western books and discussions and newspapers, find little cracks, big cracks, any cracks, and still strike in these cracks. Criminality, rights of human rights, ecological, military, politicians, between every cracks is our goals and our target to strike them. It's a still situation right now. They very carefully read all the books, all the Western discussion. They will analyze this discussion and make decisions. And the problem is we have to change the strategy against Russia at all. One part of one sort of dealing is dealing between Lithuania and France, and between Eastern Europe and New Europe and Old Europe, and absolutely in other things is dealing with Russians. And to have to strike Russia, it's a strategical decision of the West. I'm skeptic about this. I don't believe the collective West make a decision to strike Russia or strike Putin regime, but I hope strongly about this. But you have a great opinion to take Ukraine in the collective West, because we will fight from this moment forever. If West not ready for fighting for Russia, we fight from this day forever. And it's это большое приобретение для Запада будет принять Украину. It's great finding for the West to take us on the collective West side. We, in fact, in there, it could be proclaimed by the law and taking us in the European Union or NATO, and you have a right flank of the NATO, which is never give up to fighting. We are your tools for сдерживание России, как это сказать? To prevail Russian aggression or prevail Putin regime. But from our opinion, we have to go down the Putin regime. And the concentrate on the leader is one of the most important direction on this. Because Russians believe in Tsar. And striking the Tsar, cut the connection between Tsar and society is one of the best way, but it's a tactics, it's not strategic. Yes.
Okay, so we still have time for questions, and I saw that here's. Could you? No. Here was the first.
I am Colonel retired Saulius Guzevičius from Minister of Internal Affairs, and in Mr. Arestovych's morning previous speech, he mentioned that Russians are very much focused on Putin by himself to the history, even more than to the geopolicy. And really what we can see, Russians are preparing the different fake narratives before the invasion to Georgia about Ossetians, before the invasion to Ukraine about that Novorossiya. Of course, my colleagues here very well know that during each Zapad exercises, active phase, when the huge military is concentrated on our borders, not far from our capital, Vilnius, we all the time hear the same fake narrative, what is prepared by Dugin team from 2005, that Vilnius should belong to Belarus. Because during Middle Ages, Lithuanian kingdom was created not by Lithuanians, but by Belarusian Orthodoxies, not by Baltic pagans, but Belarusian Orthodoxies. That word even didn't exist. So I think we need to ask ourselves, are we fighting that fake narrative? Or at least are we ready to fight that fake narrative? Because in Lithuania it doesn't work at all, but it very well works in Belarus and it very well works in Russia. And we can hear that in school books, universities, TV talk shows. And one opposition member told me that the youngsters from 20 to 35 years, they deeply believe in that. And if it will be invasion to Lithuania, they will not need a Wagner mercenaries. They will have the volunteers enough to bring the capital back, like a reconquista. So are we ready?
This question for me is, I am an author of conception of the Rus Ukraina. You know, it's mean from what I think. I think like Mr. Putin. It's two person to think this way. Russia is one state in one culture in the modern world, which has a historical center, now in these borders, just in Ukraine. They never give up. They want to take Kiev at all, and the tensions between us and Russians, it's like Palestinian and Israeli, who belongs to the Temple Mount. Yes, it's a problem. It's the same for us who belongs to the Kievo-Pecherskaya monastery, because it's Rus at all start from this source. And the same situation for Lithuania and Belarus, because it's old tensions between great dukes of Lithuania, which is in Russia, historians understand like second Russia, second Rus. Rus-Litovskaya, да. And it's means that another example, the Rus could be modern European free country. And they fight not exactly just against Lithuania or against Poland or against another Baltic states or European states. They fight against idea from another source of be Russians. They understand like this. They think Ukrainian traders, Lithuanian traders, they trade a great idea about big Russia, and they want to collect. I don't know, do you know this, but Russian Empire created by Ukrainians. Feofan Prokopovich, which is the head of the Kievo-Mogila school. He was the head of the Synod, of the Holy Synod of Russia, and he уговаривал 3 года, как уговаривал будет? They persuaded Peter of the Great, or Peter the First, 3 years to rechange from Moscow Tsar be to Russian Empire. Why? Because династическое право, как сказать? Because it's a dynasty rights. Moscow Tsar do not have dynasty rights to collect lands and collect people in the Eastern Europe, because they was from Romanovy. And only dynasty right to collect Eastern Europe lands, it was Gediminians or Rurikovich. And that's why he says you have to be emperor, because you take a new right to collect this land. They do this, and they pretend on our lands like a dynasty rights at all, still like 500 years ago. We have to strike this idea. I always told now in my country, for our politicians, I say we have to be a center to collect Eastern European things, our former Soviet Union things, not Moscow. We are. And I don't know, do you know this? But in the February after the first Maidan, in the February of 2005, I speaking with Kirill, which is now is Patriarch of Russia, Gundyaev, yes, about 3 hours. And he says, we have a new idea. And the new idea is we have to collect all these lands, Belarusian, Baltic states, Ukraine, and make a new Kiev and Rus, or new USSR, with the capital in the Kiev, with the cultural capital in St. Petersburg, with the political capital in Moscow, and the foreign capital, for foreign affairs capital in the Minsk. It's a idea. Russians have a lot of this sort of idea. It's we have enough доказательства, enough proofs in their rhetorics and their narratives. They tried to make these things after they captured Ukraine in February, if it will be a success for them. And after that, we can only imagine what they say to the Baltic country and the Poland and the collective West if they try to make this idea to rebuild a former Soviet Union or rebuild or Kiev and Rus or something like this. They have idea to change capital to the Kiev and make this narrative more stronger after winning the Kiev. This narrative more stronger to base on the historical basement. And after that says, stop. Vilna, no Vilnius. You have to be there in Kiev and Rus. As I understand Russians, they could say we create a new great Duke of Lithuania. They could say anything. People who take by icons together last side of Russia and Stalin could provide any idea in the narrative. And we have to attack this narrative, and best way to do this to have open narrative. We have to say the Moscovia, it's an illness creation, which is искажение первоначальной идеи Руси. Distortion was the first idea, the prehistorical idea of the Kiev and Rus, and Kiev is the capital of the Eastern or former Europe. We have to collect all power of efforts, и представительство должны иметь мы. И борьба идет за первородство, на самом деле, как у арабов и евреев, так у нас с ними. И единственный путь это побороть, это когда Киев заберет на себя ответственность за бывший Советский Союз, за европейскую часть и за вот эту вот историческую часть. В это nobody believe in this, nobody believe in necessary. But if we heard Putin carefully, his speech the day before the war started, he speaking only in historical reasons. No political, no economical, no fighting with collective West, just historical. And they really thinking so. They provide this narrative and we have to cut them.
He's operating in fantasy paradigm.
Yeah, we have to go to the Putin mind and win there, not on the battlefield. First, we have a win in the Russians' minds. Dugin's, Putin's, and the lost of this, all of these people, by historical narrative. Our weapon is historical narrative, and your weapon is Lithuanian weapon. It's historical narrative for this, because they really thinking no Vilnius but Vilno.
David, you want to add something?
Few moments, very broad conceptual one. Rumblings of Putin in history is surprising everybody, even us who understand this Russian fetishism with history, let's put it this way. But the major point is, Western countries, Western people are very surprised that Russia, and especially Putin, is explaining his decision to attack Ukraine by using history, not geopolitics, not economical logic as cost benefits. You're losing money, a lot of, but from history. And that is surprising because Western countries, looking from their perspective of this, they will always calculate from cost-benefit analysis. And that's where matrices are not matching up. And that's our job is, again, explain to Western friends that if you want to understand Russia, don't think from economical perspective, think in historical terms. And what I noticed this summer, in majority of Western newspapers, intellectual magazines, there was a lot of articles where this cultural element was emphasized. It seemed that our friends in Western countries starting to understand that in order to understand Russia, forget economy, forget even geopolitics, go culture and history. And that's our job is now, push this message, look to history, understand that Russia is fighting wars thinking historically, not economically. And that message was for many years lost in Western countries, I guess.
Just a moment. They're ready to spend all their money, all their lives by this historical reason, because it's fighting for self-edifications. Do you know the conception of, how did they call it in Orthodox Church? I don't remember exactly. Это концепция катехон. Do you know катехон conception? Yeah, it's a last power who will stay from the devilic world, who's striking a last light on
and we live in a very primitive society.
They really believe they Katechon. West is the devils, and we are Katechon with the last light fortress, which is staying against the devil. They really think so. We have to understand this. They're thinking historically. They thinking apocalyptically, and they want to spend anything for this, for win this war. And we have to understand this. This misanalysis from the West, the main mistake was because West tried to calculate by economically, by military, by politically.
In their paradigm
in their
understanding of
Russians
reality.
don't think so. They think historically and self-identically and orthodoxly. This is the way. And we have to win on this field, Russians. We have to win Russians on this field.
Ambassador, you want to add something?
Well, actually, I'm a fan of history, and in our work in diplomacy, we definitely spend some time on these issues in promoting, our perception of our history among our allies and among our partners. But also, I have the experience of addressing the audiences on these issues. And also, I have the experience of seeing very small audiences interested in that. And there's the question, and we have very limited resources. Our time, in numbers of those who work in this field, is very small. Resources are small. Do we have really enough resources to open all fronts? Should we really concentrate on this issue when the interest in history is so small among our allies? Now, of course, if Oleksiy believes that there is a chance to convert Russian general public, then of course we want them to have a different image, different perception, different mentality. But I'm perhaps not the one who is optimist on this field, and therefore for me it's very clear that whatever they think, whatever the theory they have, whatever the ambition or reason or historical explanation they have, we have to be strong enough to rebuke them. And what we have to achieve is to be strong enough to counter their attack. That's where we have to concentrate our effort. Whatever they think and should not care about how they explain and motivate their action. But of course, it depends on how optimistic you are about the possibility to re-educate Russian society and to turn them into a partner instead of having an enemy, an adversary. When it comes to Western societies, our allies, today, I dare to say for them it's much more important whether we cherish their values, our values, our European values, how strongly we cherish those values, how strongly they are rooted here, and perhaps that's what we have once more to spend an effort to show that we are part of that value community. Yes, history is important, certain explanations are important, perceptions are important, but again, it's about resources. and how many resources, how many fronts we can open.
Okay, thank you. So we have time for one more question.
Okay, thank you. I just would like to thank you for interesting conversation, of course, but would like to bring us back to war issues, okay? I think this is a good opportunity also to maybe look at the lessons learned, what kind of mistakes we done or didn't do, and maybe we can avoid something in the future. So I think we did one mistake as a state. We missed an opportunity to help for Ukraine to win war faster. And why? If you remember last year in August, it was already started migrants crisis, yes? Everybody understood that this not conventional approach is a policy by other means. And Lukashenko regimes pushed dozens, thousands of migrants to Lithuania. And some prominent politicians, even former chief of defense of Estonia, right now he's a parliamentarian in European Parliament, advised for Lithuania to declare NATO Article number 4. But of course, I am not blaming that decision. We didn't make that decision. But I think, and our organization was also advocate for that announcement of Article number 4 in August. And I think if we would do that, we would faster NATO decision making, which we needed badly at the beginning or at the end of February. So we would collect together minds, and NATO bloc would make decisions faster. So 2 weeks in war, even 1 day is a lot. So I would like to ask also this opinion from Mr. RAKUTIS and Mr. Semashka. Thank you.
The native decision makers, like Ukrainian decision makers, broke the first rule of the military planning. First rule of the military planning is a plan for the worst variant. If we do not prepare for the worst variant, we do not prepare. If we prepare for worst variant, we prepare for higher level variant at all. And maybe it's the main lesson we have to learn from this conflict, with this full-scale war with Ukraine. Because everybody from us and everybody from NATO prepare for another scenario, not for the wars, not for the big continental war after the World War II. And but even young lieutenant learning by, if you want to be prepared, you have to prepare to the worst variant. After that, you prepare at all. That's the main rule. We broke it, and to return for them, it's a good lesson learning for me. It will be.
I will say that casus belli of this war is not only ambitions of Putin and group around him. Yes, of course, we can talk about some orthodox style of thinking, which not feels that time is changing, time is permanent, no changes, no reforms in church. Yes, I understand in Cyprus sittings that some differences exist. But also movement of the West into some direction. If you see to the investment of states into different fields, you see that Russia was investing into defense 10 years, and West was destroying his defense systems at the same time. You can see such, how it looks. Problem also is in West, because image of the future is the same unrealistic as Putin's, but in another direction. Societies is changing so fast that they not remember what they are from. And step by step, West countries destroy these structures. I can say about church, for example, very simple things. Church, no more church in West countries. You can see staying buildings, but not believers come to them. Yes. And as a system, how they were constructed. People imagine that something definitely changed and that history is not important at all because all times, yes, everything is in future. And it's lessons for West countries that no, reality is reality. Yes, of course changes have to be, but you have to have the bridges. When I go to the other parliaments in European countries, always see to the oldest photos or paintings. What is the beginning of the state? In most cases, it's 85, 80-15, yes, even in Sweden, 80-15. This dynasty when begin. What is before is not important, yes. And when you have so weak roots of society, you make mistakes because you do changes on the last 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. But you have to understand that some things happen in civilization each 1,000 years or each 500 years. So people have to be deeper. So it's lessons learned also for West countries to rethink their past, today, and future. Yes. So 2 directions. And I propose to found 12 people as apostles to say 6 to one direction and 6 to other direction, and world will be in 100 years happy.
Unfortunately, our time is over and we need to finish. Well, I think the main conclusions, main findings are that Western world and Moscow living in totally different paradigm of understanding of reality, and we need to communicate completely different to that directions. And the other thing is that if we want to prepare defending our countries, we need to implement more trust government, society, and all institutions, and to create effective structures to use this civil society energy to make us stronger. So thank you.
It's not be me if I don't take a final vote. Sorry for that, but I have it like inside. The main goal, the main duty for the government, to the people, to bring them to reality.
So, thank you for participants. Thank you for your attention. And
so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you everyone for participating in the international conference dedicated to commemorate 508th anniversary of a victory of Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the Battle of Orsha. And now let me invite you, all of you, to watch Lithuanian Armed Forces Orchestra and Honor Guard Company Flag Group Parade from the Gates of Dawn to the Palace of Grand Dukes and Lithuanian Historical Flag Raising Ceremony. The parade starts at 16:45 at the Gates of Dawn, and the flag raising ceremony starts at 5 o'clock at the Palace of Grand Dukes. So thank you very much.